Alright, welcome back to another stream of Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered with our annual stealth and all mission objectives playthrough challenge. And yeah, today is all about getting into sequence 7, which really are the triggering events for the kind of like starting of a revolution in the sense of like the actual war breaking out. And yeah, we're going to be focusing also on a bit of more of the side stuff that we haven't really touched upon yet. Like the naval missions, I haven't done any of those yet. And of course we also will catch up on any kind of like Homestead missions that will be unlocked as they are unlocked. And hey, the Harbinger? Really? So what kind of resource are you trying to send via the naval convoy? Yeah, that's so annoying. The amount of bugs that the remaster version has. I mean, to be fair, the regular AC3 version is also quite buggy at times. But yeah, it seems like with the remaster version, there's just different kinds of bugs that weren't even in the original.
Mechanical forging of all dimensions and specifications.
Let me also quickly head over here. Yeah, that's better. Sometimes the game kind of like auto switches to borderless even though full screen is activated. So in order for the game to run a bit better, you actually have to switch back and forth sometimes. So it really goes into like prioritized full screen mode again. Need like 50 to 60k pounds to buy all the weapons for the challenge. The bear and beaver pelts. I gotcha. That's really weird, you know, because they're actually really good as well to sell. So not being able to sell beaver pelts especially is definitely a hit in terms of like what kind of income you're having. What I would recommend, if you can't actually trade beaver pelts, I would try to craft the fine clothing. Or kind of like fine hats or something, like anything that's like of a higher clothing quality. Because they're usually made of pelts, and they actually sell for even more money, I think, especially for the naval merchants. So maybe you could try using the pelts for those kind of like crafts and then try to sell that. Because that can be an even better way to kind of like get lots more money from the economy system. Hey, the Carbon, welcome in. Thank you for joining. Okay, so we are right next to a main mission here. I mean, yeah. Let's start with some main story here.
Ah, Connor! What a relief! You came! Allow me to introduce you to William Dawes and Robert Newman.
Your letter said John Pitcairn was here.
Aye. He's readying an assault on Lexington, where Adams and Hancock have taken shelter. After that, he will march on Concord, hoping to destroy our weapons and supplies. You must help us.
Only tell me where to find him, and I will put a stop to this.
He has dozens, if not hundreds, of soldiers at his command. You cannot hope to match him by yourself. But fear not, for you will not have to. We have an entire army of our own, merely awaiting the order to take up arms.
Then you must call upon them.
Indeed. You and I will cross the Charles River and rouse the boys. William, I need you to take the overland route and do the same. Robert, I need you up in Christchurch. Light the signal. 2 lanterns, our enemy comes by sea. No time for dawdling, my friend. We have lives to save. Come on.
So awkward. Oliver and Connor together.
Huh. They've only left a single horse. We'll have to ride together. Ah! You take the reins, I'll navigate. Quickly, Connor, get on the horse!
I like how Connor's already super pissed about River.
I'll guide you toward...
Like, yeah, sure, how about I take care of everything, you know? I have to do the riding, I have to take care of a boat, docking. What else? What else can I do for you? It's like very clear that Paul Revere's kind of like sitting literally on the high horse there, you know? Watching Connor do everything. But I do kind of like that, you know, in a way, even though it kind of like creates like a situation where you don't really like what's happening necessarily. It's definitely showing that even the ones that were kind of like, you know, pretending to be fighting against oppression were the one seeing themselves in a higher position than others. You know, like the liberty for the Patriots didn't mean liberty for people living in the colonies. There was still slavery going on, people thinking higher of themselves than people of other colors, you know. And that was present also on this side. So this was a bit tricky because we can't trigger open conflict, which of course is part of the challenge. However, since we have Paul Revere with us, we have to be careful for him not to get into the vicinity of the enemies because that will actually trigger open conflict and fail the optional objective. So you gotta think both for yourself and for Paul Revere, and he will definitely easily get himself spotted.
Those we need to alert. Follow my directions, and we'll be done in no time. Excellent! We are right on course!
Paul Revere's right. On the night before the Battle of Lexington and Concord, Paul Revere and William Dawes left Boston to warn the countryside that the British regulars were on the march. In particular, they wanted to warn John Hancock and Samuel Adams that the regulars intended to arrest them. Revere left Boston by boat across the Charles River, taking the road across the Charleston Peninsula. Dawes took the longer land route across the Boston Neck. Revere arrived in Lexington first, but Dawes wasn't far behind. Once they had delivered their warning to Hancock and Adams in Lexington, Dawes and Revere decided to continue to Concord to warn people there of the coming raid. They joined up with Samuel Prescott, who was visiting his fiancée in Lexington. Prescott lived in Concord, and so he knew the area well. The three men were halfway to Concord when they were stopped by a British patrol. Revere was captured, but Dawes and Prescott broke away. Dawes lost his horse and hid in a barn for several hours before sneaking back to Lexington, but Prescott reached to Concord to sound the alarm. Good thing they had him take along. Years later, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow would write a poem about the event, which wrote all of the writers into one, Paul Revere, which is why everyone knows his name and why Revere is so revered. Robert Newman was the sexton of Christ Church, known today as the Old North Church, and a personal friend of Paul Revere's. It was Newman who hung the lanterns from church steeple to warn the riders in Charlestown that the British were marching on Lexington and Concord. 2 lanterns indicating that the British were traveling by sea. And because it's a pet peeve of mine, you may have heard that Newman put up the lanterns to warn Revere about the British approach. It's one of those historical details everyone seems to get wrong. Revere already knew about the raid, and in fact had been the one to pass the knowledge on to Newman. The lanterns were meant as a warning to lookouts in Charlestown, a backup in case Revere was caught before he managed to leave town. Please learn this, you can impress girls on the first dates as I do. Though they often seem so overwhelmed by it, they rarely call again. That's the power of knowledge. And it's dangerous. Newman had some difficulty with his clandestine plan though. His family home was serving as a boarding house and several British officers were staying there. Newman managed to elude them by saying he was tired, going to bed and escaping out the side window, like something out of a cartoon. His friend, John Pulling, helped him get the lanterns to the top of the tower, while a third man guarded the church door. Newman was later questioned about his action that night, possibly because a 20-something announcing he's going to bed early is inherently suspicious. But he talked his way out of arrest and fled Boston. When Newman returned to the city, he went back to his old job as a church sexton. There's evidence he took money to show tourists around the church crypt, including displaying the body of John Pitcairn, which might have something to do with Newman being replaced by a new sexton in 1788. I mean, kind of impressive that he actually talked himself out of so many arrests and, you know, being like captured. Definitely had a gift with words, I guess. William Dawes Jr. was a Boston revolutionary and one of the riders sent out to warn Lexington and Concord that the British regulars were on the way the night of April 18th, 1775. The other rider was, of course, Paul Revere. While Revere took the route across the water to Charlestown, Dawes took the longer route across Boston Neck. He arrived in Lexington shortly after Revere did. Dawes was a tanner by trade. These days he would make a fortune in New Jersey. The amount of tanning that goes on there. And while he wasn't as politically active as Revere, he did wear a homespun suit to his wedding. Now I know that doesn't sound intensely radical, but at the time it was quite a statement. At the time the rebels were trying to enforce boycotts of British products, like clothes, and encouraging people to buy American. By advertising his suit was locally made, Dawes was putting himself firmly on the Patriots' side of the equation. He might as well have worn a bowler hat and mask with the king's face on. Oh, that would have been weird at a wedding.
Excellent! We are right on course!
You did Harbinger? Nice. How did you fix it?
We are... Yes! This is it! This is the way! Redcoats. What are they doing here?
They must be scouts.
Be careful, Connor. We mustn't let them warn the others.
Ah, okay, I got Harbinger. That's interesting.
To the left, Connor!
For me, that was never an issue on PC. I know there's definitely issues with the game and mouse and keyboard being recognized over controller sometimes. For example, it's a couple of times where the game just crashed because I had to switch back and forth.
Quicker and quieter.
But yeah, that would be annoying if some buttons just straight up don't work.
This is it! You have got the right place! Let everyone know that the regulars marched for Lexington and Concord.
The British are coming!
Back in the saddle, my friend! We have more people to warn! Go left up here.
Okay, there's a patrol coming. It's gonna take a long distance here to any kind of like red coats.
Yes! This is it! This is the way!
Okay, there's another one.
This way, Connor! Did you hear that? Could be redcoats. Careful. Go left up here. Here we are. Best to continue on foot.
Best thing about this mission is definitely the music.
Careful, Connor. There might be other scouts around. This is it! You have got the right place! Spread the word. The regulars are coming out.
At once!
Yes! This is it! This is the way!
Okay, there's a patrol coming over there. Just gonna chill here until they've passed the bridge.
Go right, Connor! Might be safer if we approach the houses on foot. This is it! You have got the right place! The regulars are coming.
Here! We're here! Get them!
Find a way to get rid of them, Connor.
Okay, let's force detection here.
Faster! We need to get away from them. Find a way to get rid of them, Connor. We need to lose them. That was much too close for comfort. Let us take care to avoid any further surprises. Might be safer if we approach the houses on foot. This is it! You have got the right place! Where the devil is he?
Are you sure we are in the right place?
Oh, sure, I'm sure. Prescott?
Evening, gents.
Listen, the regulars are out. You need to rally your men. and, put on some trousers.
At once!
Samuel Prescott. When Paul Revere and William Dawes left Lexington on the way to Concord, they were joined by Samuel Prescott, a young doctor from Concord. Prescott was a member of the Sons of Liberty, a natural choice for an anti-British nighttime ride. Prescott was in Lexington that night to visit his fiancée. I assume that's who we saw run off. He was intending to return home late, a happy coincidence for Revere and Dawes. Prescott knew the area well, so when the three men were stopped by British troops, it was Prescott who managed to elude his pursuers and reach Concord to sound the alarm. Here's a strange thing. After that night, while Prescott sort of disappears, I have a record that he may have died as a British prisoner in Halifax in 1777, but it's far from clear-cut. I suppose he could have left Boston with the British on evacuation day, but how he was captured and when, I have no idea. And those are 4 words I never thought I would say.
Welcome to Lexington, Connor. Now let's find Hancock and Adams. No sign of Dawes. I hope he's all right.
Paul, Connor. Good to see you.
You need to leave. The Redcoats are coming.
Aye, so Williams told us. Let them conduct their little search. They'll find nothing.
You don't understand. Pitcairn intends to kill you.
I'm afraid it's true.
I suppose we have no choice then but to go. What of you three?
Dawes and I will continue on to Concord. Connor, it's best you stay here and help our man John Parker hold the town. It'll give us time to spread the word.
John Hancock was a Whig leader in Boston prior to the Revolutionary War, and went on to be the president of the Second Continental Congress, which was responsible for creating the Declaration of Independence. All very impressive. But most impressive of all was that his name would live on to be the slang for signature. Now that's a legacy. One day I imagine Sean will be used by children to describe a word very near. I can but dream. Hancock was born in Massachusetts, the son of a reverend, but his father died when he was young, and John was sent to live with his uncle in Beacon Hill. Thomas Hancock ran a prosperous shipping business, which John inherited when his uncle died in 1764. Hancock was a noted businessman and probably made at least some of his money smuggling, which he was tried for in 1768, though he was never convicted. He joined the Patriot cause after the stamp acts were imposed in 1764. He went on to be one of the instigators of the Tea Party. In fact, after the revolution began, he was such a well-known rebel that when the Boston governor offered clemency to anyone who would lay down their arms, Hancock was specifically left out of the deal. Hancock's probably best known for signing the Declaration of Independence. His signature was the first on the document. Possibly because of that, and possibly because Hancock was known for being extravagant, his name is signed with a flourish written larger than any of the others. So now in America, your signature is sometimes referred to as your John Hancock. I didn't explain why to some people that sounds a little bit dirty, but I will. It sounds like a penis reference.
Stand your ground, men! Don't fire! Unless fired upon! But if they mean to have a war, let it begin here!
Pitcairn!
Disperse, you damn rebels! Lay down your arms and disperse!
What the deuce are you doing? Hold your position! Cravens! Traitors!
They are not coming back. You will have to make do with those who remain.
Don't you lecture me or now. Return fire! Return fire! You need to get to Concord and warn the others. Show this to whoever leads there. Should be a man by the name of James Barrett. Go on now! Come on! We'll meet up with the others in Concord!
John Parker was the captain of the Lexington militia and therefore the man in charge on the day of the battles of Lexington and Concord. Parker was a farmer by trade, but since he had been soldier in the French and Indian War, he was placed in command despite the fact that he was quite ill with tuberculosis at the time. Parker went on to join the Continental Army in the siege of Boston, but was too ill to be involved in the Battle of Bunker Hill. Parker died in September 1775. The statue of a Minuteman on Lexington Green is said to be a representation of him, though since there are no known pictures of Parker, the resemblance is sketchy at best. It's a thought that counts. We also have an update for Pitcairn here. When Thomas Gage sent British troops to Lexington and Concord, he picked Pitcairn for the job, figuring the rebels would listen to him when it came to time to talk. Instead, Pitcairn was the man in charge when his Marines killed 8 militiamen at the Battle of Lexington, starting the Revolutionary War. Severely damaging his reputation as a peacemaker. Multiple deaths can do that. Pitcairn's report on the battle said he had ordered his men not to fire unless the rebels fired first, but that didn't stop the rumors that he had commanded the attack. History is taking a kinder view. Pitcairn's now considered, as one patriot described him, a good man in a bad cause. Which is quite interesting, you know, because later when Haven and Connor are having a discussion, Haven is basically saying that, you know, the patriots, you know, the people fighting against the English oppression have started the war. Even though clearly a Templar and somebody standing on the British side has killed 8 militiamen first. And the Patriots essentially saying, you know, they will only fire if they get attacked first, because they don't want a violent outbreak yet, you know. But it's the English making an advance, the English starting an open war. Yet it's Hatham saying that, you know, the people that Connor is supporting have done it, which clearly is a lie. It's one of the many examples where Haven tries to actively manipulate Connor with lies, you know. For example, the knowledge about Washington trying to burn down villages, you know. Because the Templars have actually manipulated events, especially Charles Lee has, for the indigenous people to side with him against the revolutionaries. So Washington was kind of like forced to, you know, kind of like disperse the rebellion, so to say. And Ben Haven used that to kind of like get Connor's sympathies against Washington. And it's also a lie that Washington was there when Connor's village got burned initially when he was a kid, because it doesn't align historically with what he says in the cutscene either. You know, it definitely has to have been, like Chazi has to have been involved somehow. It's never like openly confirmed. But yeah, it doesn't align historically with Washington's exploits. There was like lots of times where Haven was just straight up lying to Connor.
To Concord, lads! Help! What's happening?
Get out! Everyone run! They're taking prisoners! Run!
Look! The redcoats are taking captives! We have to help! They're over that way!
I'm not waiting around to see what happens!
No! Head for the hills!
I've got a surprise for those lobster backs!
Blood's been spilled in Lexington, and there's more to come. The regulars are on the march.
You don't say. And why do you think I'm men up here? Go home, or you get yourself killed. Have enough to worry about without some green boy looking to play at hero.
I can vouch for him.
John Parker as well. Where's Revere?
Captured?
What?
Fear not. That man's no stranger to sticky situations. He'll be fine. I'm sure of it.
You ladies finished gossiping? Parker seems to believe you're not completely useless, so I suppose there's a thing or two you might be able to help with. When the fighting starts, we'll need to hold those positions there. They're critical to the defense of Concord. Good boys. Not used to soldiering, they need some with the experience to direct them. That's something you can do. You'd best be telling the truth.
You have my word.
Then I suppose all that's left to do is wait.
Sir! Man the barricades!
No! Ensure my men hold those positions. If the Red Devils break through, we're finished.
What would you have me do?
Listen carefully. The Redcoats will form firing lines. Order the men to shoot just before the line is ready. Too soon and they'll miss their targets. Too late, and the enemy will open fire first.
Understood.
And if any of those bastards make it through, engage them. You must keep my men alive.
James Barrett was a colonel in the rebel militia for Concord and the town's representative in the Boston legislature in the years leading up to the revolution. Barrett didn't exactly want the position at the head of the militia. He was 65 when the war started. He had his pipe and slippers ready and probably just wanted to watch game shows. Unfortunately for him, experienced commanders were in short supply, and Barrett had fought in the French and Indian War, so colonel it was. When the British came to Lexington and Concord looking for rebel weapon cages, troops headed straight to Barrett's farm, where they were told they would find the majority of their supplies. Of course, by the time they had arrived, most of the weapons had been removed and hidden elsewhere. Barrett wasn't there either. He was some distance away organizing the militia march on the North Bridge, and overseeing the eventual victory at Concord. The battles of Lexington and Concord. On the night of April 18th, 1775, British regulars left Boston on their way to Concord to raid rebel weapon stores. The intent was to make a quick raid, defuse rebel plans to take the British, and capture instigators John Hancock and Samuel Adams. Unfortunately for the British, the result was the beginning of the American Revolution. In other words, this battle was a complete disaster for the British, and that's not a sentence with which I'm 100% comfortable. The rebels had been tipped off about raids weeks before. They had already moved most of the weapons the British were looking for. The night before the battle, Paul Revere and William Dawes brought word that the British were on their way, so by the time the regulars marched into Lexington near dawn, the local militia was waiting for them. Nobody knows who fired the first shot. The British blamed the rebels and vice versa, but in the end the Lexington militia was badly outnumbered and retreated, and the British moved on to Concord. By most reports, the British were polite in Concord, which I'm sure their mothers would have been delighted to hear about. All apart from one moment, of course, when John Pitcairn threatened the local tavern owner at gunpoint. But to be fair, the tavern owner did know where the weapon cages were. Overall, things didn't really go awry until nearby militia saw some smoke rising above the town. They thought it was on fire and marched in, causing a skirmish at the North Bridge. By the time the British left Concord, more militia had arrived, outnumbering the regulars and raising tensions further. The noob troops followed the British along the road, bravely firing at them from behind walls and the cover of trees. There was little the British could do to fight back, and they were tired, and mostly out of ammunition. Some of the regulars even broke ranks and fled. For the rest, it was a long walk back to Boston. Rather than dispersing after the battle, the militia gathered outside of Boston Neck, starting the siege of Boston and the beginnings of a Continental Army.
Wait for my signal. Fire now! Wait for the signal. Open fire. Hold fire! Hold fire! Fire! Wait for my signal. Fire! Hold fire! Shoot! Hold fire! Make ready! Go! Prepare yourselves. Wait for my signal. Fire now! Wait for the signal. Make ready. Fire now. Hold fire. Open fire. Prepare yourselves. Go! Prepare yourselves. Open fire. Prepare yourselves. Open fire. Make ready. Prepare yourselves. Go! Make ready. Make ready. Go! Wait for my signal. Wait for the signal. Go! Prepare yourselves. Wait for my signal. Open fire. Wait for the signal.
Fall back! Fall back! We did it! They're turning tail!
Takes a true monster to do something like this. At least they're gone.
I should have struck when I had the chance. Do you know where Pitcairn could have gone?
Back into the withered bosom of the British, no doubt. So that he might regroup and plan his next atrocity.
I need to find him. Every day I wait, more will suffer.
Chin up, friend. Many who should have died today now live because of you.
And what of them?
We do the best we can with what we've got.
It is not enough.
It never is.
It never is. Yeah. That's kind of like a hard lesson that Connor will learn eventually, I guess. But no matter how hard he tries, you know, in trying to get the best out of it.
I beg they will accept my most cordial thanks for this distinguished testimony of their approbation. But lest some unlucky event should happen, unfavorable to my reputation, I beg it may be remembered by every gentleman in the room that I, this day, declare with utmost sincerity, I do not think myself equal to the command I am honored with.
Truly, there
As
is
to
no
pay,
man better
sir,
suited
I
to the
beg
task.
leave to assure
Really?
the Congress that
I
as
can
no
think of several.
pecuniary consideration could have
Charles
tempted me to
Lee.
have accepted this arduous employment at the
Do I
expense
know
of my
you?
domestic
I would
ease
not
and
expect you
happiness.
to remember.
I do
Come,
not
Connor,
wish to
there's
make
someone
any
I want
profit
you to
from it.
meet.
I will keep an exact account of my expenses.
Sorry to pull you away
Those
like that,
I
but
doubt not they
the
will
last thing
discharge,
we need is
and that
the
is
two
all
of you
I desire.
coming to blows. Now, Connor, allow me to introduce you to our newly appointed Commander-in-Chief, George Washington.
Ah, so you're the one who saved Sam and John at Lexington.
It was the Patriots who did that. I merely lent support.
As humble as he is brave. We could use more men like you. I'm sorry, but if you'll excuse me, I should attend to Charles over there. He looks none too happy about being passed over for command. It was good to meet you, Connor.
Tell me you have news of Pitcairn.
I'm told he's taken shelter in Boston, where he's guarded by 1,000 redcoats. The only way you're gonna get at him is if we draw him out. Lucky for you, we're launching an offensive against the city in order to do just that. Israel Putnam has been given command of our forces. Present this to him and he'll provide whatever aid you require. You'll find him at the encampment on Bunker Hill.
You have my thanks.
No need. It's the least I could do. Pitcairn's a dangerous man. The sooner we're rid of him, the better.
I would say the same of Charles Lee.
Now that's an altogether different beast. Let us leave it for another day. Best you head to Boston, Connor.
You might think of a Continental Congress as a gathering of boring politicians, which it was, but they were also responsible for organizing the revolution and making decisions about the United States government, which also makes them rather dull. Sorry, important. I should actually say the Continental Congresses because there were more than one. The first Continental Congress was convened in 1774 in Philadelphia to oppose the closing of Boston Harbor following the Boston Tea Party, part of the Coercive Acts. All of the politicians had such a lovely time at the first meeting that they agreed to have another party just exactly like it, and why not? Everyone loves a party, right after the battles of Lexington and Concord. Being men of great imagination, they called this the Second Continental Congress. This was the Congress responsible for writing the Declaration of Independence and forming the Continental Army with George Washington as its commander. So despite the lack of flair for titles, they clearly had some thinkers among them. The Third Continental Congress was convened in 1781. It's sometimes known as the Congress of Confederation, and despite how mind-achingly tedious that sounds, they were responsible for forming a government for the brand new United States. Since getting everyone to agree on how that government should work took some time, the Confederation Congress met over the course of 8 years, ending in 1789. when the Constitution passed and they were replaced by the United States government. Now, I've been in some long meetings, but 8 years takes the biscuit. I pity whoever was recording the minutes. So I guess it seems we're actually currently in Philadelphia. One of the only times we are actually here.
Still here, are you?
I was just wondering, what happens now?
There's quite a lot to do. Commander Washington must determine when and where we'll strike next. And we need to get to work on our message.
Message?
We must contact the broadsheets at once. Ensure it's clear to everyone that it was the Loyalists who fired first in Lexington.
But no one knows who fired first.
Which is exactly why we must spread the news quickly. We'll determine public opinion.
This seems dishonest.
Perhaps, but so what? People must believe we acted in self-defense, else we've committed treason.
But you have.
Better to bow and scrape before a tyrant, then? Is that what you suggest?
No, of course not. No one should be denied freedom. And yet, to change the truth, it seems a dangerous road to travel.
Understand, Connor. This is a war fought not just on the battlefield, but within hearts and minds as well. There's nothing wrong with a bit of theater, especially if it saves lives.
I think it's interesting that Connor thinks that nobody fired first, or that nobody knows who fired first, because, I mean, we have been there, right? And we have seen that, you know, Pitcairn was the one to be on the side which fired first. And the Patriots also, you know, explicitly saying, do not fire unless fired upon, you know. That's basically confirmed that the British fired first, at least according to the game. Historically, I guess that's still debatable. I think it's quite interesting, you know, kind of like this also showcasing again the hypocrisy a little bit of liberty for everyone, you know, because the only people you see here being like clothed better and not doing any manual labor are white men. And the ones doing the labor, you know, are not. Which I think is very accurate, I guess, of the time. And definitely exposes parts of hypocrisy on either side of a conflict, I guess. Okay, I think it's time we actually take care of our Brotherhood and send them out on missions here. We have another mission in Quebec, which actually failed last time, so let's try to do this one again. I'm just gonna send out one of the assassins, because that way we can take care of more missions at the same time. Because adding multiple assassins only increases the chance a little bit. It's definitely more worth it focusing on other level 1 areas, like New Hampshire. Powder raids. Similar to what's happening in Massachusetts, the locals have been raiding and stockpiling munitions. Make the rounds and ensure the weapons are safe. And we have Rhode Island. New regiment. James Mitchevanham is trying to form a regiment of Rhode Island rebels. Give him the knowledge and training he needs to gather and lead men into battle, and he might prove a valuable asset. Okay. So we gotta go over here to this side. But I think I want to take a break from the main story a little bit and actually explore the frontier, because I haven't really done that yet. And there's a couple viewpoints, chests, forts as well. Let's go ahead and take care of that. Tree viewpoints are a bit tricky in this game because you can't always see where the haystack is from up here. You can really only guess. I mean, there's kind of something shimmering white over there, so that's likely to be a haystack, I guess. Yeah. Nice, both of them were successful here. An independent government. New Hampshire is moving to establish an independent government for the duration of the war to better expedite political proceedings in these troubled times. It is wise, but where power is being distributed, the Templar brokers are never far behind. Attend the elections and be vigilant. War has come to Rhode Island. The revolution will touch Rhode Island's territory as well. The War Council has however left the colony to its own defenses, leaving the 1st Rhode Island Regiment to protect the city of Newport and Aquidneck Island. Give them your support. Okay, this one is inside a cave here or something. Sometimes there's like an entrance from above. So let's check that first, actually. Damn, quite a few recipes we've gotten here out of this chest. I found your new favorite pelt farming spot. Did you? So, where do you go to farm your pelts, Harbinger? No idea where the haystack is. Oh, it wasn't there. Ah, Black Creek, yeah. It definitely quite like Black Creek as well. For farming pelts and stuff. It's also quite a few like unique animals there, I think. Oh, nice. Found a fort. Gonna be quite tricky to do this one stealthily. How about we go for poison darts here as our primary tool, because it can be quite good. Because even if you get detected, you can just use it and be fine. No kidding. It's kind of funny as well, the context that Connor wants to kind of like honor nature. And always like use whatever animal he's killing completely. But then he only takes the pelt. Maybe the heart or something.
Oi! You, yes, you like to swing your mitts, eh? Down to the warehouse, the place men of your kind be meeting.
The fuck? This guy just randomly appearing here? That was a bit weird. Kind of interesting that the snipers are still being displayed on the map, even though they are dead already. Oh fuck. What the? Ah, this is such bullshit. They just have like ice in the back, basically. They were facing the other direction. But that's just something that can happen so many times, you know, it's like they just turn around. Even though both me and the other guy who died was like super far away. Which means they didn't hear it. Like, see that? Look in this direction. How has he seen me? Oh fuck. Of course that guy had to go this way all of a sudden. Yeah, these forts are gonna really add to the detection counter, that's for sure. Why is everybody going over here? Like all of a sudden as well, even though they haven't cared whatsoever before. Why is there a guy behind a tree on the outside of a wall? Jesus, Connor. Now I still have to take care of a flag as well. Like all the other soldiers around. It also means that the alarm is basically broken out. And on site they will now immediately attack me. I'm thinking about actually making an exemption for this part of the fort at least. Because we're like in high alert now, as you can see down left in the notoriety meter. Because game really kind of like wants you to throw into combat here at the latest, you know. Okay, we're going back to that post here at least. So I have this guy over here at the haystack wall. There's a good chance that if I kill him, the other guy there will have ice in his back and attack me again. Okay, that doesn't count because kind of like happened in the moment that I killed him and nobody else got detected. How close was that? Jesus Christ. Swear. Okay, we did it. Yeah man, these forts are so damn difficult in this game to fully stealth. It's actually crazy. Because every kind of like detection will create like a super massive conflict where everybody's getting alerted with a bell. And then of course the bell also gets triggered again once you have to trigger the explosion, which is like a necessity. Okay, here we go. Another fort unlocked, which also means a lower tax rate here. And more income for us. It also quite substantially lowers the risk factor of trading. And you get that 7.5k money reward, which is really, really good. Let's head over here and do one of these hunting society missions.
Some folks were fixing to settle on a plot not far from here. Seems a big black bear with a taste for human blood settled there first. Bring the beast down and some good people would be grateful.
Okay, that's... where is it? Ah, all the way over here. Okay. Let's go ahead and head over to this viewpoint next here. You can also check out the shopkeeper.
What's your pleasure today?
Could actually buy a sword, or at least, I mean we have the hanger sword, right, so there's like no actual need to get one. How about a better pistol though? I mean, the Scottish flintlock has a really good range, so maybe this one? This pistol is believed to be the very pistol that fired the shot heard around the world at Lexington. This beautiful old Scottish flintlock is heavily engraved and embossed, a completely dependable piece. Let's refill all of the ammunition here as well. Because if we encounter another fort, then all of this would be extremely useful. Especially poison darts and arrows. Okay, so most of the outfits are still locked here. At least kind of like the regular Connor outfits. Could technically buy these chess maps. I'm just gonna get whatever I come across, I guess. Hey there, Grumpy. Welcome in. Let's go ahead and refill everything we can buy at the Homestead here. Okay. Then we can have a look at the crafting department. We could craft more of a jagged hair. We could make sword. Let's make some venison heart actually. Let's make a regular sword and jagged hair. We can also craft ship masts. And that's it. Okay. In that case, let's go ahead and sell some ship masts. To this guy. Let's also sell beaver pelts. And more beaver pelts, I guess, because they give lots of money. And let's check on the Brotherhood again, because all of them have come back from their missions. Stefan has failed yet again, so I'm gonna send him... Actually, let's send... I mean, he has the best chance, right? So let's go for Stefan once more. And we have a next mission in New Hampshire. A Patriot Escape. Woodbury Langdon is a New Hampshire statesman being held against his will in New York by General Howe. Go to New York and help Woodbury escape back to Portsmouth. And in Rhode Island we have dangerous letters. After difficulties with the French fleet during the Battle of Rhode Island, General Sullivan has sent a scathing letter to Boston reporting of a French involvement, or lack thereof. Catch up with Admiral Charles Hector, Comte d'Estaing, and convince him to be the bigger man. The Patriots can't afford to lose the support of France. Both, Grumpy. It's the remaster version on PC. the best version? Yeah, I guess it depends. Definitely does look better in some ways. There's also some gameplay additions that definitely are a benefit. There's also lots more bugs though, it seems. I guess it's a bit relative which one the better version would be. But yeah, definitely could use some optimizing. Okay, can we already see the haystack? Yeah, over here. Another chest down here. Don't think it's a fort though. I would have compared this to Brotherhood in Revelations, been thinking about getting this or Ezio Collection on PS4. I mean, it's definitely quite different with the setting, of course. It's much more modern, being about 200 to 300 years after the Ezio games. And it's also way less urban, right? Because you're like in the open colonies. Cities haven't been standing there for long yet. So definitely is a bit more open, I guess. Not quite as dense and crowded, I guess, in a way. The Ezio games are definitely more classic AC games in that sense, I guess. But AC3 is still a nice continuation. But yeah, if you haven't actually played the Ezio games before, then I would probably recommend getting that first and then playing AC3, because this one kind of like finishes the Desmond storyline, which is also continued in the Ezio games. So yeah, probably best to play the Ezio games and then this. But yeah, honestly, both games are great. Like in the end, I would just go with what you are more interested in, I guess, as a setting and as a character, I guess. But also the gameplay, of course, being quite different. Okay, that's the entrance here. Hey there, gonna be awesome. It's a shame that you can't craft large saddlebags until late in the game. You get supplies like poison darts, etc. for free. Yeah, that's true. There's definitely some upgrades that are really like locked behind late game. They don't get to enjoy them for a long time, I guess. Unless you wait with a lot of the side stuff until very, very late game. Which for me is definitely unlikely. With a trinket here, definitely want to get that to unlock the Peg Leg missions. convoy is getting attacked. Let's go ahead and take care of it first, actually. Don't want to lose my potential profit here. I gotcha, Grumpy. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you have played AC2 already, then AC3 would definitely be much more of a change, because Brotherhood really is AC 2.5 more than its complete own kind of game, I guess. So, yeah, in that case, you know, like if you're interested in AC3 and playing like a totally different protagonist, I'd say definitely go ahead and give it a go.
Blessings on you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, good. Now that we defended it, we don't have to actually craft another convoy again. And we also didn't lose any of our supplies as well. But yeah, it was always kind of like a risk factor, I guess, where you gotta take care of, you know, actually defending your convoy. Unless you wanna lose out on profits. Which got the best gameplay, because remember that you really didn't like the fighting in Black Flag. It was too automated. AC2 and Unity was better. Well, it's definitely more like Black Flag, because Black Flag's combat is based on AC3's. I would still say though that AC3's combat overall feels better. And Connor's fighting style too, I prefer. So I would say it's slightly better probably than Black Flag's combat, but it's essentially based on the same system. So it's not a huge difference. But what I like with this game is also like the amount of different weapon types that you have and the amount of animations that come with it. Also, like, multi-finishers seem to have been happening more often in this game, at least to me. Oh, a bear. Hello there.
Yeah, man.
I would honestly also say that the stealth is probably better in the Ezio games, because in AC3 it can be quite frustrating at times how easily you get detected and how enemy detection works. But still has really nice gameplay, you know, because from the open world exploration to like things like the hunting systems, also the Homestead, kind of like your home base, is so much better than it has been before. Also the Brotherhood system, like they really gave all the characters that are your allies much more personality with this game. I don't feel like randomly created or something, but really like part of Connor's story. So that's like definitely a highlight, you know, like the Homestead and the Brotherhood systems. Find a way to lure the bear out. Absolutely gonna be awesome. Yeah, the finish animations and in general, like the level of mocap animations is just so damn good in this game. Which makes combat even more fun, you know, seeing all of them. Connor is just a machine in combat, pretty much. Okay, so there's no way for me to do this stealthily here. Because once it gets close enough to this bear, it's gonna like auto-trigger conflict, pretty much. Can't do a high-profile assassination either. What? Wow. And that's what happens if you just wait too long, I guess. When you try to be stealthy, it just like teleports away. What the fuck? That's not supposed to happen. That's bollocks. Okay, I think what I'm gonna be doing here is I'm gonna head out of the Animus and back in. And hopefully that resets the mission to be available again. And I'm just gonna go ahead and attack the bear immediately.
Ja, man. Like how the bear just chilled there. Oh, there's even a small one. Small cup. It cares that I want to kill you. But if you attack me, then I can guarantee nothing. I think it's coming closer. Okay, we're fine. I'm gonna wait until the mission tells me to pick up a body. So we can guarantee there's no bug happening, hopefully. Ja, man.
Okay. That takes care of another hunting society mission.
Where is Charles Lee?
Yeah, where is he? Hey there, Eline. Welcome in. Okay, I think that's all I'm gonna do for the exploration so far for the frontier. But I do want to go back to a village because there's an optional conversation. You feel like the bad attacks in Red Dead 2 are a little bit more realistic? Definitely. It's kind of interesting, but the same team that worked on the wildlife and kind of like the nature landscapes worked on aspects of that in Red Dead 2 as well. So like animal behavior and stuff, they already were quite advanced, of course, here in 2012, but then 6 years later in 2018 for Red Dead 2, they took it to a whole nother level. But you can definitely see the similarity with how realistic each behavior felt at the time, I guess. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not enough. Okay, let's go back to the homestead actually. I want to see if there's new missions that have spawned. Got another optional conversation here. They actually speak indigenous language, not English. You don't know which it is. Yeah, so they are part of the Kanien'kehá:ka tribe, or the Mohawk, is also how you can call them. And I guess the language would be Kanien'ke or something. But yeah, they actually work together with an organization that tries to kind of like raise awareness for the culture. And are also kind of like teaching about it. So Ubisoft had like a strong collaboration with them to kind of like ensure that a lot of the parts of their daily life would be accurately displayed, as well as the language being in check. And even the voice actor for Connor, Noah Watts, he has actually a background as well. So yeah, they try to be very kind of like authentic with that part of the game, which I can really appreciate, for sure. The release was over 10 years ago. Yeah, 2012. So last year in like November, I think. They had like 10-year anniversary, I guess. Maybe it was October. I think it was October for AC3 and then November for AC1. With a 15-year anniversary. Yeah, definitely seems like awesome. I think he also, didn't he stream at some point as well on Twitch? I think he did.
Remembering old times, Achilles?
Connor. Oh, yes, I suppose I was. Seems like so long ago.
Who was the assassin this belonged to?
Originally, it was John de la Tour's, the first assassin in the colonies. Then it was mine for a time. The things I've done wearing that armor. Some are uplifting to recall, others very painful indeed. One day, I will hand it over to you, Connor. It is your duty to keep it. It serves as a reminder for how long our Brotherhood has really been here, how long we've been protecting the people of this land. But here I am going on again. I know you appreciate what it is.
I do. So I'm pretty sure we get it after Achilles is gone. Yeah. Complete all of our Homestead missions to obtain this outfit. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's tricky with Valhalla as well to be like really accurate to the languages being spoken. Definitely wouldn't mind, you know, kind of like them putting in the research to try to be as authentic as possible. And I wouldn't even mind, you know, kind of like switching back between Norse and English and yeah, even some Germanic as well, I guess, with some of the Saxons even. But yeah. Would also mean, of course, a massive undertaking trying to be authentic to all of those, especially given the time that it takes place in. I think it's always great to at least have a language option that resembles the location as much as possible, you know. Like even for Odyssey, it would have been cool to have Greek language, even if it's not even remotely close to kind of like, you know, ancient Greek, I guess. But it would be nice, I guess, you know, just to kind of like get more of a feeling for the location, I guess, from today's perspective. Another bug, you can't talk to Faulkner to launch the Final Kid mission. You can't? Even though you have collected all of the Hecklex trinkets, Harbinger? Because I'm quite sure you have to collect all of them everywhere. Icelandic is the closest they could do that. Yeah, I guess they could have. Here. Malacca. I mean, I guess Malacca is kind of like an example for a more modern term. Because Malacca originated in like the Middle Ages, I think. So it wasn't actually spoken in ancient Greece. I guess it's such an iconic word. We just had to have it. You had to restart the game after getting the fourth piece. The map opened automatically. You closed it and then you couldn't open it again. Jesus. Now that's the remastered experience, right? Ava Rochi are very nice. That's a nice undertaking, trying to get all of the optional objectives. I will also eventually get there, I guess, by the end of the playthrough. But yeah, the IT outfit actually looks really good in this game, I think. Very clean looking. If added Norwegian, none would be able to take the Vikings seriously in the game. Yeah, I guess Danish would probably be the more popular language, considering that a lot of the Vikings who settled in England were primarily Danes, I believe. But yeah, I'm also no expert on the times, so take what I say with a grain of salt, I guess. Okay, there's actually a couple Homestead missions that spawned here. Let's head over to Prudence and Warren. Could be wrong, but I think this might be about getting the doctor to join the Homestead. Because with both of them expecting a child at some point, you know, they definitely need the help. Plus the doctor never, you know, hurts to have. Pivot missions gonna be awesome. Are you by any chance playing... Are you playing the original version or the remastered? Because I think on the remastered version... I think they don't exist. Also, hey Vamola, welcome in. Yeah, where is he? We've kind of seen him before, earlier. When the Continental Army was being founded. You can't interact with the artifact remastered. Oh, that's really odd. And there's like no fix of it. I never had issues 100%ing the game on the remaster version at least.
You want to tell him, my love?
I'm pregnant.
Congratulations.
It's been a long time coming. It does present a slight problem, however. There's no doctor for Miles.
Well, then we should find one.
I know of one that may consider moving here. His name is Dr. Lyle White. It's been a turn since we last saw him, but you might try his old house in Boston.
Okay, so we gotta find the Doctor's Apprentice in Boston. Let's have a look over here. I think he's a favorite assassin. Yeah, he's such a great character, I think. And super important as well for the Brotherhood, you know, like all that knowledge that he shared with the coming generations. If it wasn't for the year, then Ezio would have never succeeded in his mission as well.
You ever played bowls?
Oh, that game. Oh joy. Yeah, I mean, I guess it could also make a difference if you play it on console or PC. Because I can only talk for the PC version.
No way you can take me.
You see, you are getting along again.
Oh, aye. We're always at each other for one thing or another, but more often than not, we work it out in the end. It's just the thought of my family threatened got me hot under the collar.
And Terry knows he couldn't beat me in a fight.
You rat!
That's why he built this bowls pitch, so he could beat me at something. Still can't though, can you, Terry?
I was winning till Connor came along!
Sure you were.
Okay, so we can move here. We can use right stick to aim. And A to throw. We can also zoom in with a tactical camera, which definitely makes it a bit easier, I guess, overall. And I'm guessing just gonna go over here. And hey Barot, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, dude, and welcome in Raiders. I hope you had a good rest of the stream today with Resident Evil 4 Remake. How was the rest of it? And how far did you get into the game? Also welcome in Lucinda as well. I hope you're having a good morning. Hey there, Seraph. Welcome in too. Welcome back, Mola. Long time no see. Playing games inside of games. Yeah. We call it gameception over here. I do love a mini games in AC3, that's for sure. And up to chapter 6 out of 16, so still a fair way to go, but enjoying the game. That's nice to hear, Rod. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And yeah, that's some decent progress. Are there also kind of like different storylines, similar to Resident Evil 2, where you can like play through the story with like multiple characters? Or is it just like one storyline? Oh, seriously? That's not good. Okay, how about we do this kind of shot and then try to hit this one. Hopefully it works. Jesus Christ, still. I just made it worse. Oh man. This is starting really good actually. Okay, I'm at least close enough now. Not anymore. It's one.
Congratulations.
But damn it, Godfrey. I need to win. I'm not even sure if you have to win. I think you can just play this game and you will still finish a mission or something. But you play just one character for the story, and so far the story has followed the original exactly. The remake though adds some side quests you can do, which is kinda cool. I gotcha. That's fair, I guess, you know, to kind of like keep it accurate to the original story, but kind of like add extra content on top of it. I guess that's a good way to kind of like handle a remake, you know. Hey, the Kobe, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. I hope the errands go well. Right, that was what I was remembering as well, Rod, that you can fail it and still finish. That's good. I'm still closer. Nice. Okay then. Wait, I'm still closer? That's really unlucky for him. Okay, I'm just gonna try to get closer to the ball than he is, I guess. Nice. Okay. We're 2 points up again. Could even get more here. Okay, this one didn't count. But hey, it's 2 versus 2 now.
Oh, you see that one?
Yeah, I did. I'm just gonna try to push it away, I guess. Like this. Oh, not the quite the most accurate one. but it gets the job done.
That should do.
But far away from the red one. Just gonna do the same here, I think. I'm gonna go from this angle here and then try to push it away.
Oh, you see that one?
Yes, I did. Okay, let's throw it like this. Okay. It does it. The comeback is real. Didn't gonna rage quit the board game in the DSC. Yeah, he does. Gotta investigate something and play a board game during the mission. And then you basically have a prompt to rage quit the game. It smashed like the guy's face into the table or something. Okay, let's go to Boston, because we gotta take care of the doctor and recruiting him to the Homestead there. Also got an assassination target over there. Yeah, that was what I wanted to do. We also have another brawler mission here. Sure thing. Hey, the light is welcome in. Thank you for joining in with the raid. I hope you're doing well.
Agricultural needs, Longman's is the city's one-stop shop. Make the most of your...
You're bored out of your mind. That's fair. Hopefully find something to no, kind of like get you busy. I really like this. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, that would be very annoying, having to deal with for the third time as well. But hopefully it's only very short this time, you know, and you can be fine in a couple of days again.
Think you're meaner than goose grease, do you? I'm organising an attorney for lads like you. But it's not open to just anyone. Got to prove yourself first. Here's a list of names. Beat each of these brutes and you'll get your spot. Then we'll see how tough you really are.
Okay, we gotta find Peter Bunyan first. I think that guy might be in the frontier, actually. Yeah, that's understandable, Lighters. Thankfully, it's only 2 more days, and you know, when you can do that stuff again. But definitely feel on that. Like last year when I had COVID, it took me like a really long time to be fine again. Like over 2 weeks, like 2 to 3 weeks total. And that felt like the longest 2 to 3 weeks I had in a long time. Being like so limited, I guess. Both in what you're motivated to do, I guess, if you don't feel too well, and also what you can actually do.
Dr. White?
No, he's the drunken sotter on the corner. If you can get his attention, tell him I quit. All this ire on him. Not worth getting caught up in it. I have a family.
You believe everything you read in the broadsheets? Go to hell, you monster! I did nothing wrong. It's the redcoats. Open your eyes! You make me sick!
Dr. Death, you earned that name, bastard!
Fight back, you devil spawn!
Murderer!
Leave me be! 'Tis all lies.
Dr. White.
Yes?
My name is Connor.
And what can I help you with? Another quote for the broadsheets for you to twist against me?
I'm here to make you an offer.
Don't you know who I am? I'm the doctor the British have been slandering all over town. White Death. No?
I was given your name by my friends Warren and Prudence. Prudence is with child and requires a doctor's hand.
Prudence is pregnant?
Ha! They've been trying for years, it seems.
Maybe getting away from Boston is exactly what I need.
I thought you were the Marquis.
From the old kingdom.
Yeah, no kidding. I thought he was also a mercenary condottieri. The music is on your Spotify playlist? Nice. Yeah, I just love listening to the soundtrack for the AC games. It's just a constant highlight for me in like pretty much every AC game is kind of like the music. Also, hey Vagodi, welcome in. Okay, so that takes care of the doctor. What shall we do next? There's a chest down here actually. Let's grab that real quick.
Right decision, Gere.
Yeah, for me, the things that every AC game has kind of done very well is definitely the music sound, like the soundtrack and music. The like overall art direction, and also kind of like the open world, kind of like the way it looks like, you know, and the amount of detail and attention to it, I guess, they put into each of their historical settings, I guess. I mean, the story might not always appeal to people or like the idea of a certain setting, but it's almost always like greatly researched and really well done, I think.
Where is Charles Lee?
Yeah, where is he? Last time we seen him, he was attending the founding of the Continental Army. Maybe in this tree. Yeah, Lee likes to hide in trees. That's for sure.
O'Connor, do you have a moment?
Ah yeah, the pig herding mission. Always reminds me of The Witcher 3 for the Hearts of Stone DLC when you attend the wedding. That's like one of the competitions.
Could I trouble you for a moment, Connor?
What is it, Prudence?
I feel silly bothering you with this, but Warren's taken a yield to market in Boston. Could you round up the livestock for me? I've tried, but this baby in my belly takes the wind out of me.
Of course. I will see to it.
Hip! Hip! This way! Not there.
Okay, that's one.
Faster than they look.
That should be two, I hope. Come on.
Okay. The things I do for this place. They will lead me to Lee.
Come on! Get in the...
Yeah, they're like the truffle pigs, you know. Only they have been raised to find Charles Lee instead of truffle.
Hip! Hip! This way!
Come on. Move your ass over there. Jesus, it just doesn't want to go in. Come on, how difficult can it be? Thank you.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
No kidding.
Thank you, Connor. I could never have managed that.
It was my pleasure. Are you well?
I am, and I couldn't be happier. Warren and I have been waiting a long time for this. And if truth be told, we could not dream of a better place to raise our family.
Yeah, busted. He's just slightly annoyed. Oh, nice. We actually got a windmill. Not bad. No kidding, Rod. It's like, okay, I had enough of this. It's like Eivor when you kind of like win a game at Orlok and you decide not to play another round. I had enough of this. Oh damn, really, Kobe? Yeah, that must be such a weird feeling, I guess. You know? Having something living inside of you. It's still kind of like crazy to think about. Especially when it's like super active. Yeah, definitely Godi. Like I still love AC3 a lot. And the characters you get to meet here, especially in the Homestead. It's definitely a bit more present to me this time around than it has been last year, because I've done the 10-year anniversary at the end of last year to kind of like celebrate this game's release. But yeah, I'm still enjoying it so much. Wanted to use the pissing contest soundbit, but it's not there. Well, it's gonna be there again eventually. Just didn't enable it today, though. Yeah, that's what you would think, Kobe. It's like, yeah, there's definitely a natural tendency towards kicking things.
Dr. White called upon us earlier. A very unexpected surprise. One that has put both Prudence and I at ease.
The village is growing, and a healer's services will benefit all.
Indeed. It's hard to explain how I am feeling right now. My wife is resting healthy and safe, full with child in our warm home. The community is kind and attentive, and the land is rich. It was not long ago that such a life was only a dream for us, Connor.
All people deserve to feel safe and free.
Hopefully a day will come when all men of the colony should share your perspective. But it will be a long, hard road. That much is certain.
Yeah. No kidding.
Tight, yeah!
Perfect timing, thanks to Jeff Bezos.
Awesome, thank you so much for the 2 months of resubbing with Prime Gaming. Yeah, no kidding. It's like nice timing there on the Prime sub coming available. But yeah, thank you very much for that, and also for choosing me as your monthly channel to subscribe to. Okay, it seems like we can also go and talk to Norris here. Guess that's a continuation of a Miriam storyline, where he's trying to win her favor. Never bug where you skip one cutscene during the wedding quest and jump straight to the end. Did it? Damn. So... Sorry, that was my doggo. So, how many bugs was there today then? Like 5 or 4?
She hated them. Not the right gift. She hated them.
Thanks, awesome. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes as well, and of course the ad-free viewing that comes with it. You stop counting Harbinger. Yeah.
She hated
Me too,
them.
honestly.
Bad news. She did not like the flowers. She tossed them aside.
But Prudence was certain.
I knew Miriam was not the type for flowers.
I will uncover this mystery myself, Norris.
All right, but please don't let her see you. She will think I'm bizarre.
Sorry, give me just 1 sec, guys. Okay. When Ubisoft ever stop supporting the originals if they remaster them, so you're stuck with the bugged version. Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case. I want to kind of like push for remastering games so they don't have to take care of the original ones anymore. With them, for example, turning off the servers for some of the Ezio games, which means the only way to play some of those extra levels is to have a remaster version on console, essentially. Which hasn't been released on the PC either, right? Like, there's no remaster version for PC. Kind of ridiculous. Hope she would think you bizarre because you are Norris. It definitely is, to a certain degree. It's kind of like also a funny choice of words, I think, for him. Reminds me of that song, How Bizarre. Okay, so we gotta find out the perfect gift idea here. But we also don't want to get spotted by Miriam, because we should try at least to not get spotted so she doesn't kind of like suspect that we're looking for something in particular. I think as long as we don't go into the green area and she sees us, we're fine.
Why are you poking around my camp?
Okay. So she sees us here instantly. Maybe I should go from the other side where she's not looking. Oh, of course she's looking this direction now. Gotta be shitting me. Yeah, she's definitely too good of a hunter, that's for sure. Don't tell me she's looking this direction again. Yeah, she's like switching back and forth. So I gotta wait for her to go back to the bonfire. And then I guess we can investigate. He just disappeared all of a sudden.
She might appreciate a new knife. That blade has seen its prime. Norris, I looked around her camp and it seems she needs a new hunting knife. The one she is using has seen better days.
Ah oui, that seems more right for her. I'll think on it. Merci.
Merci. De rien. Norris tries again. Yeah, he never gives up.
Norris, how is the mine? Is there anything worth your time down there?
Most definitely. Copper, Connor, and a healthy amount of it.
Excellent. I am glad. I've been meaning to ask, is Norris a common French name?
My real name is not Norris. It's Maurice.
But you told me...
I did. When I arrived in Boston, people started calling me Norris, and I got tired of correcting them all the time. Just before we met, I had been talking with that lady at the pub. She said she liked my name, Norris. I decided to stick with it.
Would you prefer I called you by your real name?
Nah. Everybody here knows me as Norris, Miriam included. Names can change, but people stay the same. Isn't that right? Connor?
Very true.
Like how Connor kind of like asks these questions, not realizing that it also applies to him, you know, like he's also a man that hasn't changed necessarily by changing his name, you know. That's also because he needed to kind of like adapt to society in a way. Kind of like how Norris and Connor have that in common. I gotcha, Harbinger. Damn. I remember that Arkham Knight also didn't get the best of reviews at first for its performance on PC. It really sucks they kind of like did the same thing again. With The Last of Us. That's the most wholesome thing Norris has said. Yeah, that made him less bizarre overall, I would say. Okay, I think that's all of the Homestead missions done in here in Davenport. Let's have a look over at the Harbor Master. I believe we could get some upgrades here for the ship. Would definitely come in handy. And we could also unlock another Peg-Leg mission.
Got some more? Let's have a look then. More keepers! Good on ya! I'd say that's worth another letter.
I will be back for the rest.
Okay, so we could get the wooden hull reinforcement for more health. Additional wooden beams are added to critical points of the hull to better resist cannon fire. Increases the ship's endurance. Okay, we could also get the improved rudder for better ship handling, which is really useful for sure. Rudder with a better profile and a better transmission. This rudder will improve how the ship handles. And I'm gonna get the piercing round. This upgrade allows your swivel guns to use better ammunition. With its improved profile, this ammunition moves faster and causes more damage when it hits. And there we go. Now we're out of money again. But now we could actually start on doing some of the naval missions. I'm gonna go and take a break soon, but we can at least do like one major mission or maybe one of the smaller missions first. I think I'm gonna try to secure a trade route first. So kind of like this one over here. We have Henderson in distress. Defend the Henderson against British privateers. Damn, you played Arkham Knight on a 2002 laptop? That's impressive, Harbinger, that actually, you know, ran. I was about to say, like a 2002 laptop running Arkham Knight. But who knows, you know, I mean, there's mods that really put all of the textures to very basic kind of like state. And then you can still run games. Yeah, absolutely awesome. For me too, you know. I think Achilles definitely has been much more of a father than anybody has been for Connor. And you can definitely tell that for Achilles he also saw Connor as his son in quite a few of ways. By giving him that name. I mean, that's true, Harbinger. Like a 21-year-old laptop. Nowadays. Hey, Nemesis, welcome in. Yeah, I've been playing some Forza 5 recently. I'm almost done with the main events, actually. So I think in the next stream tomorrow, I'll probably finish Forza 5. And no worries. Definitely understandable if you want to stay spoiler-free. But yeah, I hope you enjoy AC3 once you get to it all. I mean, fair enough. That was quite fast. Some of these naval missions are quite short, I guess, overall. But some of them are also really tricky with the optional objectives, so it's kind of like a hit or miss. Cheers, Nemesis. Good to see you too. Okay, let's go for the next one here. Paving the Way. Find out what's happening near the lighthouse. Okay, we gotta try to destroy ships by ramming them. I'm gonna try to take care of it first. Let's see if we can ram this one here. Yeah, definitely awesome. Especially that one where you have to sail through a storm and then take out 3 frigates by hitting their weak points. Which is like so difficult to trigger sometimes. It's actually more of an RNG activity to a certain degree. Okay, let's go ahead and secure the route here finally. The Dread of Night. Chase down the notorious privateer ship, the St. James. A new controller as well. Crash the old one. Yeah, it can be tricky, Harbinger, but yeah, there's definitely tactics you can do to secure that it doesn't take too long to finish. It can be tricky to get the timing right on those ones. I'm just gonna focus here on avoiding collisions as much as possible. Hey Veroni, welcome in. And good morning. I hope you're doing well. Wish I could take the naval combat system from Black Flag and remaster it into this game. That's fair. Yeah, it was definitely more of a prototype at this point, I guess. I honestly kind of like how it's done AC3. It feels a bit more weighty and a bit more realistic, I guess, than Black Flag system. But at the same time, I think Black Flag system is definitely more fun to play. And definitely the more refined kind of like gameplay version of it. Yeah, that would have been an interesting undertaking for maybe like a remaster, you know, to kind of like remaster the naval system by taking the best parts of AC3 and Black Flag and fusing them together. Nice, Ronnie, that's good to hear. Okay, let's have a look here at the DNA tracker. So we're currently at 39% total sync here. With about half of sequence 7 done. As you can see, there's many more privateer contracts, so we're definitely not done by a long shot. And we got the Pack-like missions, of course, kind of like the tomb-like locations. And kind of like the major kind of like Templar chase on the naval part here. I've actually done all of the missions for Warren and Prudence already. I guess the other one would be counted towards the Doctor, I guess. Was the only one more for Norris here in the Homestead? It's kind of cool they give you the unlock by and unlocking kind of like information here. For example, to get Big Dave, we gotta unlock Sequence 8, Templars in Hiding, and we gotta get Norris to level 4. Otherwise we can't start this one. That's true. I mean, sea shanties are basically a must. The only thing you get from the crew of the Aquila is hip hip hooray. But I mean, it's something, I guess. But yeah, I'm actually gonna go ahead and take a break now. I'm gonna go and spend some time with the doggo a little bit and entertain her, because I'm actually alone by myself today at home, so she needs a bit more attention today. So yeah, I'm gonna do that for a little bit, and then in about 20 to 30 minutes, I think, I'm gonna come back to this game and yeah, continue with sequence 7. And yeah, no worries, Carbon. Thank you for joining us and for coming by. I hope, you know, work is getting a bit more chill again for you, and that it won't be too much pressure. And yeah, definitely catch you next time. And also, if you haven't checked out Carbon, consider doing so. He's currently actually doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Revelations. And yeah, really enjoying that game and also the other Ezio games too. He's also a streamer who does both English and Italian language on stream. And yeah, definitely check that out if you want to check out some more Assassin's Creed gameplay. I will, Ronnie. Definitely. Ava Aura, welcome in. Thank you, definitely will. I'm sure she's already craving attention and playtime, so don't want to keep her waiting for much longer here. And no worries, Carbon. More than happy to give you a shout out. And yeah, catch you next time.
But I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Yeah, that's basically my dog in a nutshell, Aura. She's always hungry. And she always had this kind of like look like, you gotta play with me or do something, you know? So she definitely knows how to beg for something, I guess. But yeah, I'll be back in a few. And until then, I hope you enjoy some of the amazing AC3 soundtrack. And yeah, then we're gonna continue here with sequence 7 in just a few. Alright, welcome back, and thank you all for staying tuned for more of AC3 with our Stealth and all mission objectives challenge. Let me just go ahead and quickly change back between borderless and full screen here, because you gotta do that every time you tap out of a game. Assassino! Welcome back, Rod. And thank you. Welcome back as well, Harbinger and Aura. Thank you. And yeah, let's head back into the game. So we're currently in the middle of sequence 7. About halfway through. We've just done some of the naval missions, and I guess technically we could keep on doing some of them because of how many there are. I think I'm gonna start with a peg leg mission though, because they're quite unique and really fun. Let's go for this one because it's more of a tomb, you know, it's like no enemies, just kind of like a parkour kind of level, I guess. And also pretty cool location. Going to, I think it is it Mexico? Thank you, Carbon. Welcome back to you as well. Explore Cerros and recover Captain Kidd's sword.
I'll stay with our ride, Captain. Make sure nothing happens to it.
Good. There is a temple on the island. What I seek is likely in there.
Yeah, definitely Aura. It's also interesting because it was also the same team that worked on that aspect, which is Ubisoft Singapore, working entirely on, you know, the kind of like ocean system and kind of like the ship-to-ship combat and all that. Of course, also the same studio that eventually worked on Skull and Bones. But no idea when that is ever gonna be released, I guess. That's crazy already how good the naval was with Black Flag. Is that James Kidd, Mary Read? It's not, but it's supposedly her father, I guess. What up? Would be William Kidd, I guess. Yeah, William Kidd. Born 1645. But yeah, I guess Mary Read is kind of like saying that she's the son of William Kidd, right? Or something? In Black Flag? I'm not sure if that's confirmed to be true. I mean that she's the kid or child, I guess, of William Kidd. But yeah, it's that infamous pirate, I guess, from the late 17th century.
No chance of staying dry today.
Yeah, these environments are already quite reminiscent of Black Flag, aren't they? It's kind of like jungle feeling here.
Kidd's treasure is probably inside that pyramid. There must be an easier way.
Yeah, these pack-like missions, I think some of them on the original version weren't available unless you had like a special edition or something. And then even in the remaster, once they become available to everybody, it can be very easy to miss out on them, I guess, because first you gotta actually care for the naval stuff. And second, you gotta actually care about collecting all of the pack-like trinkets, otherwise you can't start them. So yeah, I think most of the people probably skipped entirely on them. I know I did when I did my first couple of playthroughs, because I didn't really care for the naval back then either.
No small wonder this temple has not collapsed yet.
But yeah, they're really cool and definitely kind of like a substitute to the classic tomb levels, I guess. Oh, can't be that easy.
I need to find a way back up to the treasure room. These should hold.
You lost this mission from the original Xbox 360 version after they shut down their servers. Did you, Rod? Yeah, that's so sucky, you know, all that content that's like tied to online redemption. And they don't even go through the trouble of like enabling that, you know, automatically. But no, it's just like gone away essentially. Just ridiculous, you know. Especially if you've actually paid for it, you know. Like, I know a couple years back, I actually went ahead and bought the Deluxe Edition for AC2, Brotherhood, and the Gold Edition for Revelations on top of the already existing base versions, because there was no other way to obtain the DLC content for it. And then a year after, they decided, or announced, I guess, yeah, we're just gonna turn off all the servers. So all that content that I bought, you know, by getting those extra versions, is just gone. It's like, thanks for nothing. And it's not like they're gonna kind of like give you something back either, right? It's just straight up gone. Law of that sword. Okay, but yeah, I think that's all the naval I'm gonna do for now. Let's actually go back to the Homestead and take care of some trading. And then I also want to take care of the Brotherhood and send out the assassins to more of the missions. Okay, I'm just gonna buy all the ingredients that are currently available to us. Insufficient funds. Whoops. I didn't realize I didn't have any funds. Okay, never mind. Maybe I can craft something. Right, like even this does cost money. Never mind then. Time to trade, I guess, with what we have. There's a couple things in Connor's inventory that we could sell. Like bear pelts. They give really good money, actually. Okay, do we have any other kind of like pelts here? Couple of wolf pelts. And we have the bobcat pelt. Damage pelt. Now they don't really give much money, but I'm still gonna sell it. Fox pelt. And I think that's all the pelts I have in my personal inventory here. Oh, never mind, there's also hair pelts here. Fair enough. Okay, what else do I have? Could sell some venison heart, I guess. Some jacket hair. Okay. That's all. But yeah, I'm literally broke here with 12 pounds. Okay, another good way to actually get some money on the side is by doing the assassination missions here. We have the Quebec Act. British Parliament has passed the Quebec Act, granting vast parts of the Ohio Territory to the newly founded province. People in the Ohio Territory are outraged. Do what you can to see that the people of Quebec are not hauled into a war they didn't ask for. Okay, Stefan can do this. And then we have Medicine Men. Patriot and regular forces alike are short on doctors. Treat wounded men wherever you can. Then we have New Hampshire. Templar Scouts. Templar couriers have been spotted in and around Portsmouth. Catch them and find out what they're up to. Alright, and then I guess we're gonna go back to the frontier, do some of the main story here. Next would be the Battle of Bunker Hill, I believe. Yeah, that's true, Harbinger. I mean, you get like a little bit of money through them, but it's not like you can get rich by just doing Assassin Brotherhood missions, I guess. So hunting is definitely the easier way to do it. Okay, so again, I have no idea where the haystack is. I only assume it's this direction here. Yeah, not quite. Also ridiculous, you know, because you can't actually see where the haystack is, so it's like you gotta jump somewhere and kind of like guess where it is. Yeah, no kidding, Aura. It's so easy to just fall to your death from those kind of like viewpoints.
Hold and state your business!
I'm looking for Israel Putnam.
On whose orders?
Samuel Adams.
Follow me.
It's not Bunker Hill.
Aye, it's Breach. There's been some disagreement as to where we should
Battle of Bunker Hill. Bunker Hill was one of the first battles of the Revolutionary War. Technically the rebels lost, but it was a Pyrrhic victory for the British. Let me set this up a bit. There were two places where rebel forces would have been able to mount attacks on British-occupied Boston. One was the Charleston Peninsula to the north, the other was Dorchester Heights to the south. When rumors started that British were going to fortify the hills around Charlestown, the rebels decided to act. By which I mean do something, not put on a little play. On the night of June 16th, 1775, troops under the command of William Prescott sneaked into the peninsula, occupied Bunker Hill and built fortifications on Breed's Hill. It was a technically terrible choice. Breed's Hill was easier for enemies to climb, much more open to attack, and close enough to the British ships in the harbour to come under fire. In fact, Prescott's orders were to fortify Bunker Hill. It's uncertain why he made the switch. Maybe he had trouble with B-words like bunker and breeds. He probably thought he was fighting against the Belgians, not the Brits. Fortunately for the rebel army, it seemed the British were almost as tactically inept as they were. When General Howe landed troops at Morton's Hill, he waited for reinforcements rather than attacking immediately. This gave the rebel forces time to shore up their fortifications. When Howe finally did attack, he divided his forces, expecting the disorganized rebel army to fall before him, which it didn't. In fact, the British forces attacked and retreated twice over before winning the day. After they had received more reinforcements and the rebels were mostly out of ammunition. The casualty reports are telling 223 British soldiers dead, including many of the officers, and more than 800 injured. On the rebel side, 301 injuries and 140 deaths. The Continental Army had shown they could hold their own against the better trained British army, and it's hard to say which side was more surprised by that. It still surprises me to this day. Rod looking for the haystack to find the needle. Yeah, it's pretty much like that, you know. Like, forget the needle, you first gotta find the haystack in the first place. The siege of Boston began right after the battles of Lexington and Concord. The colonial militia who had gathered to stop the British raids followed the British army to Boston. Encamped outside, battling British troops and the loyalist allies in the city. At the time, Boston was a peninsula, attached to the mainland by a thin strip of land known as the Boston Neck. With this blocked, land access to the city was cut off. The siege lasted for most of a year with only one major battle, Bunker Hill. But as with most sieges, it took a toll on the city of Boston. There were shortages, particularly of firewood, and many buildings were torn down to be used as fuel. Of course, the British targeted any rebel-associated buildings for destruction. As a result, things like the Liberty Tree and the pews from the Old South Meeting House ended up inside a fireplace. The siege ended shortly after the rebels attacked and fortified Dorchester Heights to the south of Boston, giving them the ability to fire on the harbor. Boston's governor decided to evacuate rather than fight. On March 17th, Loyalist ships sailed out of the city. March 17 is known as the Evacuation Day and is a holiday in some parts of Massachusetts. The fact that it is also St. Patrick's Day is mere coincidence, though it is said that in ancient Gaelic, evacuation means drinking as many pints as possible and being sick in a bin, so you never know. Exactly, Rod. I love that Altair mode. But yeah, I'm sure Altair would find both the haystack and the needle. The Boston Brawlers. I can't say I've ever understood it myself, but grown men beating each other up has a long and storied history, going back at least to ancient Sumeria. Modern-day boxing began its rise to popularity in the late 17th century. The Boston Brawlers got their start in the dockyards around the middle of the 18th century, but in 1804 they moved into a gym of their own on the north side of Beacon Hill. There they benefited from the wagering dollars of the wealthy socialites living on the hill's south side, who enjoyed nothing more than watching poor people hitting each other in the face for their pleasure. I expect if you impress them enough with your manly prowess, they will give you something in return. Perhaps a toaster, or a black eye. Yeah, I would take the toaster, please.
Any news from Boston?
The Tories aren't moving, and any time we try to press them, we lose a dozen men. I think Putnam and the others plan to assemble artillery on these hills. A good shelling might make the Redcoats rethink their strategy.
And what of John Pitcairn?
That bastard's the cagiest of the bunch. He's appeared time to taunt us, so send regards by way of cannon fire. It's all right, though. He'll have what's coming to him soon enough. Putnam's just up ahead. You call me?
I don't care much for your excuse. We should be building on Bunker Hill. Reed is closer to the city, but it is also closer to their artillery!
Our orders came from men so divorced from the situation, we are compelled by reason to employ our own faculties to make a proper determination.
Were that I can understand even half that nonsense you just uttered.
What's not to understand? I'm trying to ensure our victory!
What would you know about victory? I killed a she-wolf in her den armed with only a knife. I escaped the Kanawagha Indians who sought to burn me alive. And I was the sole survivor of a shipwreck during the Battle of Havana. So you will excuse me if I choose not to follow your advice.
Jeez. Calm down, Cesare. It's so funny how he says Havana Rod, I think. But yeah, I just love that voice actor so much. Yeah, calm down, Cesare. Or else you're gonna have a date with gravity. I can ensure that. And I'm gonna throw you from Bunker Hill.
I rest my case. I'm going back to Bunker Hill. Good day, gentlemen.
General Putnam,
What?
I'm looking for John. I was told you would be able to help me find him.
He's tucked away inside that city with no reason to leave. As long as that ship continues its assault, we'll never flush him out.
But if the ship was silenced...
Oh, then poor John might be forced to get off his arse and come forward.
I shall fly this flag to signal my success.
And I shall speak fondly of you at your funeral.
Israel Putnam, more affectionately known as Old Put, is something of a legendary figure in Revolutionary War history, and possibly its best known soldier, a bit of a folk hero if you will. Putnam was born in Massachusetts, but later moved to Connecticut to take up farming. He is credited with killing the last wolf in the colony, crawling into its den with a musket, a torch and a rope tied around his feet, so he could be pulled back out. He really didn't like wolves. Oh, and I believe I mentioned he was a folk hero? That's only part of it. He joined the colonial militia during the French and Indian War, where he earned a reputation for bravery and inspiring the soldiers around him. He was captured by a group of Kanekahaka in 1758 and rescued just before he was to be executed. In 1762 he was shipwrecked in Cuba while on a campaign there where you will love this. He learned about cigars. He became a habitual smoker and is credited with introducing the cigar to the colonies. After the war ended, Putnam returned to Connecticut, where he was a vocal opponent of the British tax policies that led to the Revolution. He founded the Connecticut branch of the Sons of Liberty. When he heard about the Battle of Lexington and Concord, he immediately signed up for the Continental Army and was named Brigadier General of the Connecticut Forces. He commanded troops at Bunker Hill, and the near success of the rebels there sealed his reputation. Washington had high hopes for Putnam as a leader, and he was named Washington's second in command in New York just prior to the Battle of Long Island. Unfortunately, Putnam was a good soldier but a poor tactician. The battle at Long Island was a rout. Putnam fared no better at this next post-guarding forts on the Hudson River, where he was outmatched by General Henry Clinton. After that, Putnam requested to be assigned to recruitment and Washington agreed. Still, at least he had cigars. Yeah, that's true, Rod. It's definitely a very typical way for him to pronounce a word, you know? The way he says Havana. And that's true. There's definitely lots of quotable stuff with Putnam. He's definitely one of my favorite patriots, yeah, in this game. Also, the way he's just like standing there next to like them getting shot at, you know, and he just doesn't care one bit. But I guess same can be said for Connor. Okay, so I can't take damage while crossing Charlestown here. Can be a bit tricky considering there's so many cannons. That's what I mean. Literally nothing I can do about that. Yeah, I guess that's not the first time he's been in a situation like this. Okay. Now to get to the actual annoying part here. Look at them visuals. Yeah, that's definitely quite the iconic mission as well, you know, like Connor running past the cannon fire. There's also like lots of promotion material they released with Connor running past it as well. This is hands down one of the most annoying missions 100% in this game. Because we gotta assassinate a grenadier and we gotta be completely stealthy while on board of the ships. Which can be really tricky to pull off. Jesus. It's already starting. Bullshit. I'm like in the middle of a smoke bomb and he sees me. Okay, are these guys going back at some point, or are we just gonna stand there now the entire time? Oh boy. I swear. The air behavior is so weird sometimes, you know. Like usually they would go there, investigate the guy, then go back to the post, but now they're just looking straight up into our direction here instead. Freaking hell. I thought I didn't target it and that's why I could, you know, throw the smoke bomb on him. But I guess I also had to aim. Why is he looking down here now? Like he knows where I am even though he shouldn't. I swear. This mission. What, did you not see me? Yeah, that's another thing, right? Like, sometimes they see me, like in this case, even though they shouldn't, and then other times they are just like completely blind to who I am. It's ridiculous.
Where is Charles Lee?
Okay, somehow that worked. Okay. I'm not even sure why I had the bow equipped all of a sudden. But hey. Also, hey Vegas, like, welcome in. Thank you for joining. And thanks also for that raid. I hope the rest of Valhalla went well today. Did you end up getting the Hidden Ones burrow renovated? And thanks for a shout out to Gisek 2rod. So if anybody wants to check out some Valhalla gameplay, Gisek is actually doing his first ever playthrough of a game currently. So yeah, definitely check out that if you're curious about the newest game in this series. Okay, that kid's all of the guys here on the ship. Which means now we can go ahead and burn the flag and then we're done. Nice. You didn't? What did you end up doing today? Did you do the East Anglia story arc? Hey, the Waffle, welcome in, dude. Ah, very nice. That's awesome. What kind of job are you interviewing for? I wish you all the best for it and hope it goes well. Just Grando and Boudica Gisek? I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, some of those missions can take long enough, I guess. It's Valhalla after all. Yeah, I hope you had a good time with it. I gotcha, Waffle. So quite different than to what you have been doing so far, I reckon.
The enemy is answered, and you tremble. They've better numbers, you say. Better weapons, better training. But I do not give. And neither should you. For what they have in material, they lack in conviction and care. But not us. We have discipline. We have order. And most importantly, we have passion. We believe. So maintain vigilance. Conserve your ammo. Ensure a proper line of sight. And above all else, men, do not fire until you see the whites of their eyes. Well, I'll be damned. You did it.
That was quite a speech.
Lies, all of it, I'm afraid. Still, such words have carried us thus far.
And what of Pitcairn?
He's left Boston, as I said he would, and set up camp on Molten Hill. There's no good way to get at him. Not with that maelstrom brewing down below. I suppose you could circle around a bit, or wait for us to thin their ranks.
There is no time. I will have to chance a direct approach.
That's twice today you've proposed the impossible.
I see no other choice.
Not because you're mad as a March hare, son.
I expect an apology on my return.
I mean, to be fair, it is kind of mad. So one way to do this without taking any damage is waiting for most of the fire to happen at the same time. Then running like to the next post here. And waiting again, going to the next. To the next. To the next. And run. Gotta time it directly after everyone fires at the same time. Guess like not touching East Anglia bosses until you're 230 or something. That's fair. Yeah, some of the bosses are really high level. So they can take ages if you're trying to take one at like a lower level. Also correct, you're deciding to try entry level engineering. Nice, dude. That sounds definitely interesting. I hope it goes well with the interview. Yeah, Harbinger. Those 5 tasks are definitely kind of like buried in the DNA tracker, rather than presenting themselves to you. You know. But it doesn't take too long to get it done, though. Yeah, definitely Gislek. You gotta really go out of your way to pickpocket people, which I almost never do, to be honest. Yeah, or it can be tricky, I guess, but if you just wait for the visual to happen, where everybody's shooting at the same time, then it can be definitely a lot easier to pull off. Especially since the timing is basically like, if you do it for the first time right, then you can just go to the next hiding spot, wait a second, and then go to the next, and you're pretty much good. But yeah, just waiting for a visual is really helpful. It's historically debated whether Pitcairn went to Lexington and Concord to seize rebel weapon stores or to find and arrest John Hancock and Samuel Adams, who were hiding in Lexington at the time. Possibly it was a little bit of both. Pitcairn's story is that he wanted to find Adams and Hancock to negotiate with him, and he would have been the ideal person to do it. I'm still puzzled as to why he would try negotiating a truce with an army at his back though. It sort of sends a wrong message, don't you think? It does. Okay, this was re-enabled, but we already have read this. This can be tricky to time because even if you do it the right way, there's a chance that in the last millisecond the guards will spot you and fail the full sync requirement.
Why? Why did you do this?
To protect Adams and Hancock and those they serve, you meant to kill them.
Kill them? Are you mad? I wanted only to parley. There was so much to discuss, to explain. You put an end to that now.
If you speak true, then I will carry your last words to them.
They must lay down their arms. They must stop this war.
Why them and not the Redcoats?
Do you not think we asked the same question of the British? These things take time. And it would have succeeded had you let me play my part.
Part of the puppeteer.
Or better, we hold the strings on another.
No, the strings should be severed. All should be free.
And we should live forever on castles in the sky. You wield your blade like a man, but your mouth like a child. And more will die now. Because of it.
Sahoju yanere o tena am da setakwe. Tinio ne yaho tena tam da setakwe.
How dare you sneak up on me like that? Why don't you just go out there and just help this camp retreat? Don't ever do that again, you hear me? God damn it!
General Putnam.
You live.
The same cannot be said for Pitcairn.
Well done, I suppose. But it matters little now. I'm ordering a full retreat. We have lost too many in exchange for too little. If the Tories want this hill so badly, let them have it. Boston is the true prize.
We have a bigger problem.
What do you mean? This can't be right. It says they plan to murder Washington.
Nice. Full sync. And that is also the end of sequence 7.
My enemy is tenacious. When money failed them, they took to force. But I have slain Johnson and Pitcairn both, ending their plots. George Washington now rallies the colonists, and their march towards freedom begins in earnest. Little wonder, then, that the Templars now want him dead. They seek to reshape this land into something cold and ordered, something soulless. And he is an obstacle. I must save him, that his cause can flourish and my people remain safe. But the more I prod, the greater the chance I am discovered. The Templars believe their men lost the revolution. In their eyes, the assassins are gone and scattered, no longer a threat. But I fear they will soon discover the truth, and me along with it. I must tread carefully.
How fares the hunt, Connor?
There is progress, but I worry it is not enough.
You must strike where you need it most. What if you pursued Charles Lee and your father? What then of Paul Revere and the soldiers at Lexington?
Soldiers? There were no soldiers in those towns, only men and women who were forced to defend themselves.
Is this not why you fight? To protect your people? Your struggle is the colonist struggle. In helping one, you help the other.
Encouraging words from one who thought mine a fool's errand.
Make no mistake, I still do. But I can't help but feel some pride in your success.
And why should I give you any credit?
Then don't. But first, return the robe and the blade and the darts and all of the years of training and knowledge I have bestowed upon you. Return these, and then your words may have some merit.
Or you could just admit that you were wrong.
Oh, child, please, you've killed 2 men. One more salesman than soldier. You're gonna have to try a lot harder than that to impress me.
Is that so, old man? Or perhaps we should step outside. I will gladly demonstrate how easily I could trounce.
Connor, this is Benjamin Talmadge. His father was one of us, no need for secrecy. I think he has something he wants to say.
Achilles tells me you've uncovered a plot to murder the Commander-in-Chief.
Yes, but I have only false starts and dead ends to show for it.
Not anymore, my friend. Thomas Hickey's your man, and I aim to help you catch him.
How?
I'll explain on the way. You and I are going to New York.
To New York it is. Yeah, Aura. It's definitely classic Templar speech, you know, like, if you would only have done, like, let me done my thing, you know, I could have saved everyone. Because once everything is in control of the Templars, you know, everything is gonna be fine. Yeah, sure. Everything's gonna be just fine for the Templars and for nobody else. Yeah, Achilles can definitely be dramatic sometimes. But so can Connor, I guess. Look at that. A new Homestead mission. Don't mind if I do. But I really like the dynamic between Connor and Achilles. They're constantly like bouncing off each other. But it creates some very interesting conflicts and discussions, I guess. Hey there, if you are welcome in. Good morning. I hope you're doing well.
Connor? Use your help. Suis-moi. I want to build her a new knife of steel I make special. I know where to get iron, but the mine belongs to the English.
Will it take long to gather?
No. A couple of blasts and I will have what I need. I just need you to stand watch. I will wait for you at the mine. It's not far, just off the property.
That's good to hear, Fuhr. Yeah, definitely won't be streaming for much longer today anymore, but definitely for still a bit longer though. I'm gonna do a couple more missions today. We just finished with Sequence 7 and the Battle of Bunker Hill. Okay, so it seems like we have to meet Norris in the frontier here. Let's have a look down there. You know, it's for gameplay, but what's the story reason that Connor has a notoriety in the frontier, but none in Boston, New York, for Homestead? That's a good question, I guess. I'm not too sure what Ubisoft would say is the reason. Maybe because Connor sticks out a bit more in the frontier. And he's of course also armed as well. Plus technically in the frontier you're fighting for the Patriots. And it's usually the Brits that attack you. The Patriots wouldn't attack you on sight, I guess. So maybe it's like because it's kind of like the main stage for a lot of the open battlefields, right? And you're kind of like allied with the Patriots, would be my guess at least. Bassett, you notice how Connor's repeating story of a year kinda when doing dialogues with Kyo Templars, he finds them dying strongly believing in good intentions. That's true, yeah. You can definitely understand where the Templars are coming from, and those moments are always kind of like good to try to understand them a bit better, I guess, and where they're coming from. Like it really seemed like Pitcairn was trying to stop the war by manipulating and influencing both the Patriots and the British side. But he kind of failed big time with that, you know, because he was there when the war began, essentially. And he was on the side where people have fight first, so... What I find even more annoying about that is how the Templars don't take responsibility for that, because later Haven blames the Patriots for starting the war, even though it was clearly the British, at least according to the game. So yeah. But it's definitely true that they have somewhat positive intentions at the end of the day, I guess. Just horrible means to achieve those. Can actually take a convoy here. That's a unique opportunity. Letter. 750. Could be worse, I guess.
Connor? I need to prepare some explosive. My guess is the bang will bring some unhappy English.
No doubt. I had best prepare some things myself.
Looks like you have a little time.
Yeah, let's take some of these explosives here and put them over here. I can't actually leave the radius, I don't think, so gotta stay inside here.
Sacre Dieu! I think they are coming!
Ouch. Voss should really go away there.
Sacre Dieu! I think they are coming!
Kinda counter wo. That's another bug with Remaster, I think, that sometimes you can't counter straight up.
Got everything! Time to go!
Nice. That does it. That means now we have a material to actually craft the knife. Now we just need somebody who can actually craft a knife for us, like a blacksmith. And that's of course where Big Dave comes into play, which should be this mission over here, I reckon. Let's have a look. Hey there, Moon Merchant. Welcome in. And some of the best AC game, Connor's the finest badass in the franchise. Yeah, I love AC3 as well. And yeah, Connor is just an absolute machine, you know. The way he's just directly approaching almost every target. Fighting his way through like entire armies and stuff, like in the cinematic trailer.
Did you really think we wouldn't come looking for you? Got yourself a soldier? Deserter!
Fuck. I was literally aiming at the enemy and Connor's like throwing the smoke bomb here. I will basically throw us into combat automatically either way, so not like I can do this stealthily too.
Get out of here, mate. This is not your business.
It's not, is it?
Another tough guy, boys. Take him down! Yield! Or your friend dies! In...
Are you hurt?
Nothing that won't mend. Thank you, stranger.
What were they doing?
This lot was dragging me through the countryside trying to make an example of a deserter. Sorry now, who are you?
Connor. A deserter, you say?
Don't much agree with the fight, and I love this country. So there you have it. The name's David Walston. My friends call me Big Dave. Might I ask where you live so I could repay the debt when I'm able? It might take us a while. Us smithies don't earn much coin these days.
Our community is not far from here, and we certainly could use the services of a smith. Would you consider plying your trade there?
Well, it would make repaying you a spot easier. Huh, I just might.
Nice. Probably one of my favorite homesteaders. Kind of like the backstory of him, you know, like being a deserter, I guess, who doesn't want to take lives anymore, who doesn't want to be part of violence. But also the fact that he's a blacksmith and is really useful for crafting all sorts of things, you know. I like how they attacked me for trying to hunt. And hey the Grammy, welcome in as well, citizen. I hope you're doing well. Moon guides up the whole Creed, a battleship, and Homestead all by himself whilst battling the Templars and this grumpy old mentor. I don't think any of the other AC games had a mission series like the Homestead. Yeah, the Homestead really was something special, you know. Like taking that system of like renovation and having like a home base and really taking it to the next level, you know, by adding all of these stories and a deeper crafting system and economy system as well, you know. And all of it being like integrated with each other and feeling supernatural. It's definitely one of my favorite systems in the series for sure. I guess Valhalla tried to do something similar with Ravensthorpe. And while they did succeed on some level, I think the Homestead system still felt a bit more personal, I guess. And overall, I do prefer it. I do also really like Ravensthorpe.
Yeah, man.
Nice, Grammy. That's good to hear. And yeah, I'm doing quite well. Doing my annual playthroughs again of the AC series. This year we're only playing through a selected amount of games, only the ones developed by Ubisoft Montreal, including the first two Watch Dogs games. Reason being that I want to kind of like shorten my playthrough a little bit, and also to kind of like play the games that I enjoy the most, which usually are the Montreal ones. And yeah, it's been definitely quite fun.
Yeah, man.
Also doing this challenge, because it's been quite long since I've done a stealth challenge on like all of the AC games that I will be playing in a year. Made the building up the creed from the ground up more believable. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, when Connor arrives, everything is in, like, ruins, pretty much. The Homestead, but also the Brotherhood, you know? And, yeah, it's all about him kind of, like, bringing that back to life, and... yeah. It's just also really sad, I guess, at the same time, that he left behind his actual home. And didn't succeed in protecting that either, unfortunately. So, yeah. Okay, so looking at the DNA tracker, we're now at 42% total sync. Now that we finished sequence 7. There's obviously lots more to do in the game, especially with the naval stuff, which I think we're gonna be focusing a bit more next time again. I think next time we're gonna do like a proper lengthy session with the naval and just try to finish everything that's available at this point. There's still gonna be a mission that spawn eventually, but yeah, I would just try to get most of those done. Because now we're definitely getting to the last couple of sequences, right? With sequence 11 and 12 kind of like happening back to back. They redid well with the corpse remains after skinning the animal in this remaster. In the original, the corpses were not that good. You never played the remaster. Yeah, there's definitely things that the remaster adds that are definitely nice additions, I guess. There's also gameplay additions like double low-profile assassinations, or being able to whistle from more places and stuff. But there's also things that don't work quite as well. Like there's lots of bugs that actually have been added that weren't even in the original. So I guess it's kind of like some positives and some negatives. But overall it's, I guess, a pretty solid version. Of course, the OG also wasn't perfect, you know.
Yeah.
It also had like lots of bugs at times. I played the OG last year for the 10-year anniversary of this game. And even though I did definitely prefer some aspects, you know, it definitely also had its shortcomings. But yeah, this is gonna be Vo, where I will call it today for AC3 and our stream. But yeah, next time we're gonna dive into sequence 8. And that's, I think, the sequence where Connor's gonna go to New York and then also become a prisoner for a short amount of time. It's gonna be a bit of a special sequence because I won't be able to do much of the side stuff during it. And yeah, then there's not too many missions left actually. Sequence 11 and 12 are only 4 missions. Fear you would like Black Flag Remaster to come out that scraps the multiplayer. That's fair, I guess. Yeah, I really wonder what game is gonna be remastered next, because they definitely had a trend with remastering the most popular games. I wonder if that's on hold now for the foreseeable future, because it's been a while since they released one. But yeah, I feel like Black Flag would definitely be higher up on the list for lots of people, considering also its popularity, you know? Yeah, it's 10 years old. And it's gonna be 11 years this year. Kinda crazy to think about, you know? because I still remember quite vividly when it came out and the excitement, like watching our trailers and stuff, you know. Then also getting to play it at the end of 2012. No worries, Rod. Thank you for being here, and thanks also again for the raid earlier. But yeah, let's go ahead and quit here. You officially old now, Moon Merchant. Yeah, me too, definitely. I mean, I also remember quite vividly when AC1 came out. And how excited I was for that game to come out. I always kind of really liked the setting as well of AC1 and kind of like, you know, Crusades era. And I thought it was really cool to have that other perspective, because oftentimes when we had, you know, the Crusades, you would often have like the Knights perspective. It's actually going to be an assassin, you know, with Arabic background and going to assassinate the Knights Templar. Was a really cool spin on like the setting, I think. You remember watching 2012? Terrible movie? Yeah. I remember watching that too, but I've only seen it once, I think, so that's definitely telling you something about how much I enjoyed it. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for being here today. Let's have a quick look who's online and who we could rate. I reckon at this point there would be a few people online. Average 91% sync, almost at 92, which is your record for AC3. Nice. Well, it seems like you're going to break that record soon. That'd be great, you know, once you get that 100%. Oh, damn, Lighters. That's a couple channel points there. Got 300k in Raw channel. Nice. I think I have something like 600, 700k points in Rod channel, I think. I can actually have a look. It's a couple points. Yes, I could try to 100% AC2 recently. No can do on PC version. Yeah, not since they turned off the servers, right? And some of the content isn't available. Yeah, so just had a look and I have 783.2k channel points. So almost 800,000 points for Rod. Not bad. Definitely does, Moon Merchant. I love the major themes for Assassin's Creed in the games. Maybe from double streaming. Rod streams so we can see how many we got. You can also head over to his channel page actually, and then you can check the amount of points that you have. It's weird because you thought you have the Templar layers already. Yeah, that's the thing, so you can technically own the Templar layers, but you gotta have them installed before you can access them. So even if the servers are offline, you have to have them installed as like game files, otherwise you can't access it either way. But there's actually a way to enable them, I think, Gislik. Hold up, I think I can look for a link for you. Because if you have a look over here, let's see. Yeah, Force unlock Ubisoft Connect rewards and Deluxe Edition bonus content. And then you can download the AC2 unlocked RAR data and extract the save file into your save game folder, which doesn't affect in-game progress and should enable you to access the content. So maybe there's a way for you to still be able to 100% the game following that guide. So it might be worth a shot. Alright, so I think we're actually gonna raid somebody that I haven't raided before, I don't think. Somebody called Marcus D. He's actually quite the well-known beatmaker in the hip-hop scene. At least in kind of like the more underground scene. He had actually strong ties to Nujabes and Fat John, among others. So more like in the Japanese kind of like hip-hop scene. And yeah, he's a really cool dude who does lots of great music, very chill beats and stuff. So I think we're gonna check that out today and see how he's doing. I don't think he's streaming too often nowadays anymore, so yeah, wanna catch a bit of that. But before we go ahead and raid out though, I wanna give a couple shoutouts. So I want to recommend for people to check out Rod. Rod is also a massive fan of the AC games and is also currently playing for AC3 with a no desync challenge. So every time he gets desynced for any reason whatsoever, he has to replay the entire memory. He's also playing for the rest of the series too with unique and different challenges. And he's also been playing through the Resident Evil series. Just started Resident Evil 4 Remake today actually. And you can also catch him play games like Tomb Raider, GTA, Red Dead Redemption, and many, many more. Also check out Gislek, who was playing some Valhalla, with his first time ever playing through the game. He's still quite early into the England story arcs, with East Anglia coming up, I guess. So definitely check out that too. Also want to recommend for people to check out Ronnie. Ronnie's another big fan of the AC games and is playing them on a regular basis. Most recently he's been playing through the Chronicles games with China, India and Russia. Plus he's also been doing some Spider-Man. Quite recently finished 2018 and is now up to playing Miles Morales. And last but not least I also want to give a shout out to Lucinda, who's also playing through Resident Evil currently, with Resident Evil 5. She's actually playing through the entire series back to back. So yeah, if you're a fan of that series, then definitely catch those streams, because every day of the week she's basically playing through one of those games. Cheers, Mola. You have a good day too. Thank you for dropping by and for joining. And that's no worries, Rod. More than happy to give you a shout out too. But yeah, let's go ahead and raid out to Marcus D. See how he's doing today and how the beats are progressing. It's kind of funny, but he's actually using the same software that I used to use for creating beats. I haven't done that in like ages. It's actually called FL Studio. But yeah, if you want to come along with a raid, there's some raid emotes in chat that Rod posted. got one for non-subs and one for subs, so feel free to choose whatever applies to you. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with more Forza Horizon 5. I'm gonna go and attempt to end the game with the last major events. And yeah, then we're heading back to GTA 4, I think, with the episodes of Liberty City, because we have a second DLC coming up next with the Ballad of Gay Tony. So should I finish Forza 5 early tomorrow, then we're also gonna be jumping into that as well. But yeah, until then, I hope everyone is having a great rest of your day, and I will catch you all in the next one. Take care.